morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Hey, Steve. Hey, Andres. Hey, Malfrey and Rod. Hey, Jose. Hey, the GPs. What else do we have? Hey, PF Dennis and Derek. Thanks for the gifted memberships, Derek, and thanks for being a member. 27 months. Hey, Bill. Hey, Mitchell and Kittrell and Steven and Chikaro. Is that how you say that? Hey, Bob. How are you? Hi, Phil and Jeff and Timor and Iconic Fab and Cliff. Cliff, you should have got an email from me today. How is everybody? We're going to power this on today. At least I hope so. I don't think I'm forgetting anything major. Hi, Dave and Nurglerot. Maurice, thanks for being a member. Hey, Sven and GJ. There are, oh yeah, I need to do this. Chilean, oh, everything going good? Just checking up on stuff, the GPs? How, I hope so. Hi, Ken. Hi, Lucas. Hi, Rick. Hey, Ella. Giveaway links are in the description. There we go. Replace the pin message. Hi, Built by Devin and Mark. Hi, Tanner and Collie. Steve and Little Brat. Okay, so we're doing 2 giveaways today because I've been meaning to do a Pex Peppers special edition apricot and habanero hot sauce giveaway from Garrett. So that is in the description, and that's all. What was it? I think he said 100 total bottles, and there's 40 left. So one of them is going to get given away today, and the others are available at pexpeppers.com. Final surgery done, just recovery and back to normal. Awesome. That's good to hear. This week we're talking about you. Why is there a towel over the Prusa enclosure? Because I was trying to get it warmer. I was experimenting with extra insulation. I was printing, I don't think it actually needed it, but I was curious. I was printing some of the Prusament carbon fiber PC blend, and these prints turned out really good. Look at that. Isn't that really, really nice? This is the Prusament PC blend carbon fiber. So yeah, I'm printing the parts for the 3.5 in PC carbon fiber and lipstick red. So, but it's not going to be a 3.5. It's going to be a 3.9. So I think I'm going to do a Discord hangout, kind of a spur of the moment Discord hangout for that. Kind of convert that to a 3.9. I'm not going to do a full-on stream, but we're going to do a Discord hangout because eventually, at sometime in the near future, we're going to do a stream on the MMU3, and that'll get installed on that 3.9. So, having various latest gen multi-material solutions available. So things I did off camera. So this is the Blackbox build. For those that might not know, this is a 5-tool tool changer. It is water cooled. I finished up the water cooling lines this morning. I also remodeled this wiring cover that I had shown last stream. Remodeled that a few times. Let's go through the evolution of that. This is the very first model of it. And that would have been functional, except I accidentally modeled it for M3s instead of M4s. And it mounts with M4s. This is the second iteration with M4s, but then found out that the M4 screw here would interfere with the tools, actually the tension lever. It interferes, so I went to this, which used a shorter screw here to get that out of the way and put a bigger chamfer here on the edge to make sure it was out of the way, and that was fine. That worked just fine. However, it was using button head M4s, and button head M4s are not part of the BOM for the printer. So what did I do? So, well, I did this because I figured, you know what, it might look better if I made it a little wider and cover more of the front. So this is still button head M4s. And then I realized, oh, button head M4s are not part of the BOM. So I better get away from those. So I went to flathead M4s. Same design, just flathead M4s. But then I realized that the length of screws, flatheads in the BOM weren't as ideal as the length of socket heads that were in the BOM. So final iteration was, well, this isn't final iteration. So this is using socket heads, but then I made a mistake on my clearances for this little ledge here, because at some point here, I decided to make this cover the top as well. And I screwed up on the clearance for this piece. So the final version is on the printer. Did all that make sense? So I started with something I thought was going to be at least viable on first try, and ended up with 7 iterations of it. So I printed all these, right? So all of these are printed in Siraya glass fiber ASA. And the printer I've been printing those on is my blue V2. And it has about 1,800 hours on it now. It has a Dragon High Flow on it. And I went to print, oh shoot, and I didn't bring any of those parts over here, but that's okay. I went to print some, I'll show a picture. I'll show a picture. Where did I post those pictures? Hold on just a moment. Shoot. Hey, BBs. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Hey, Steven. Give me just a moment. I went to print parts for that Mark IV, or the Mark 3.9, and, oh, come on. We'll get there. There we go. Okay. Let me paste this over. Using the same profile, so using the same profile as when I printed the parts for my Mark IV in orange Filament ASA, that's horrid. That's really bad. I was like, what in the world is going on? What in the world is going on? So first thing I checked is the Hotend. And that don't look right. I have been to the barber. I feel so much better. Hey, Starrus. Hey, Joel. Oh, that doesn't look right at all. Yeah. Yeah, there's some interesting bits about this. Here, I'll show you a few more pictures. See if that comes up. Nope. Hold on. A few more pictures, kind of getting things apart, checking things closer. Oh yeah, lots of side projects here. And then I think Fortunately, the PT1000 I had in there wasn't toast. So, yeah, this is not a case of the nozzle loosening. This is not a case of the nozzle loosening. This is a case of 1,800 hours of really one of my go-to abrasive filament printers and the heat break blowing out. So this actually, the leak originated above the heater block, up in here, because everything into the heater block was tight. So what is extra interesting about these, as you see the pictures and the blob of filament, is there's the red I was printing for the Mark 3.9. There's some purple I was printing for the Trident stuff. This is purple Polymaker ASA. Here's all the black. This is all the black glass fiber ASA for Blackbox. And there's some orange in there. There is orange Filament ASA from the Mark IV, which is at least 4 weeks ago. At least 4 weeks ago I printed that. So this was a blob that was forming over many prints and only showed an impact on prints in this latest one, because these I printed like 2 days before. And this is glass fiber ASA for this build right here. These are hinges and handles and no indication of a problem until it finally blew. And the interesting thing, I don't know if it shows, but there is a the silicone sock that was on there has a worn corner of it that was obviously rubbing on prints for a long time. So little sidetrack there, but I thought that was interesting. I ran into all of this yesterday as I had started those prints for the 3.9 in this red. I think it was Friday. Woke up Saturday morning to those terrible prints. I'm not using fuzzy skin on any parts. This is just the glass fiber texture on them. So yeah, so that was interesting. In between that, I mean, this is the auxiliary fan for Blackbox here. I printed this on there. It's turned out great. This is all on that printer. So bought a ceramic heat break for the Dragon, installed it before ever using my 2.4. Yeah, so I had another Dragon high flow I just threw in there so I could continue printing. I redid the exact same G code. It turned out fine. So, okay. I think, so I showed you this. I did, I finalized this cover in between streams, and I'm really happy with it. Let's see if we can get a little better shot of that. There we go. Right there. So I like that it comes all the way over. Got a little spot so I can anchor the wires, and that. The other thing, the nozzle survived, but the heat break gave in. Yeah, and I'm using the same nozzle. That's just an E3D. That's an E3D hardened steel nozzle. Nothing special. It's been in there, I think, probably the full 1,800 hours. So the other thing I did in between streams is I was playing around and I made these. So these are printed parts that I'm trying out to help lift the cable chain when it gets over to this side of the printer, and lifts it up off of the frame so it doesn't rub on the frame. And also make sure that once I enclose this, the cable chain isn't pressing against the enclosure. So that goes there, and that goes there. Now this one, I think I'm gonna make it a little wider so it just kind of holds the whole thing. But that seems to be working pretty well. These are curved this way and this way, so that the layer lines are this way. These print up on end, so that when the cable chain moves over, it lifts it up onto up above the frame, so we don't get any extra weird rubbing. That was a Dragon. Yep, that was a Triangle Labs. That was a Triangle Labs high flow Dragon. I have a Feda's Voron edition that I threw in there as a replacement. Now, the angle of the camera here, Bob, for the most part, is causing a skew in how far this goes over. So if I go here, you see, I do touch, and I'll be looking at that. I think that might be able to be fixed by just adjusting this bend, but I barely touch on the side. It's not nearly as bad as it looks. It's by about 2 millimeters. So, hey baby wolf teeth. Hey Armor 3D. So yeah, it's close. I'll look at that closer later. This is kind of early iterations of this idea of trying to keep using this to keep the cable chain within the printer area. So, and then you can probably see I sleeved all of the tools, so we should be good to go there. They are all sleeved up and good to go. You see the special key leveling paper for sale on Ali that I shared on Discord? I saw a very quick little mention that it was $2 for leveling paper. I like my patented Chris's Basement leveling Post-its. Helpful instructions. Yeah. Blackbox is looking pretty fantastic. Isn't moving yet. I'm hoping to move it today. So here's where we have to go. We have to figure out what little wiring things we have left to do. These Post-its from Dollarama for leveling. Yep. Okay. Okay. We have, oh, I never hooked up the ground to the bed. Well, we'll do that. Let's see if there were any at Merv. Completely slipped my mind. Okay, I need to hook up the ground to the bed, but that's not an issue. Spider webs all over. What's going to be the first multicolor material print for this machine? I'm not sure, but one of the things we do want to try on here is a HueForge print, because that was kind of part of the tie-in to assembling the TD1 a while back. Hey Lee Marie. Hey Josh. Hey Danny. Hey Selge. I haven't used paper ever since it was created in a line of build plate a year and a half ago. Paper works pretty well for me. Hey Poity, I forgot to say hi. Hey Clownhammer. So what I kind of need to make sure is that all of the things are hooked up. All of anything that needs a connection is hooked up before we power this on. We are going to, I don't know if we're going to end up getting to filling water cooling today. I don't know that it's important yet based on everything else we need to do. I may save that for another stream. because we can do a lot of pre-flight checks and probably fill a stream with just that. So let me bring up some documents and check where we are. There is, let's see here. That should be a stream in itself. We will, yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure yet what the remaining stream schedule looks like for this. I think there's probably 2 more after this, and then I think we'll be done. So I have an updated wiring guide, so let me download that and get it opened. It's never done with Blackbox. So let's go use this as kind of a guide to go through and figure out where we might be. We still need to polish up. Should run without water cooling, would be an interesting temp comparison. Okay, so we have the power supply hooked up. It is wired. Everything is good there. We did test our outputs on all of our power supplies on a previous stream. I just unplugged the water cooling setup just so when we go to turn this on, we don't run the pump dry. We have solid state relay is hooked up. So we're the idea here is going through and just kind of reminding me to look at various parts to make sure we did it. This is a complicated build with a lot involved. So, and it's been spread out over a few months now. So just making sure that I'm not missing anything. Heated bed. The only thing we're missing on the heated bed is the ground. Yeah, that does apply. What is that? It's never done. One is never done. Yes. That's bed stuff. Bed connections. We have the Z Endstop switch. That's hooked up. In. We have the buck converters are hooked up. Take your time, I have all day. We do need to finish this build. At some point, this build is going to be done. Should have invited everybody on the computer to come to our house today. Made Belgian waffles stuffed with bacon and Nutella. Wow. You're not that far, Bill. You're really not that far. Hey, Adam. You'd be surprised with the firmware. Surprised as far as it'll be quick or it'll take a while. Okay, all this. Buck converters are hooked up. We have power to the Pi. Power to the Pi. It'll be quick. Okay, good. Take everybody a long time to get here and there aren't enough chairs. Power to the duets. Power to the duets. Water pump. So it's connected, but I've disconnected it. All the wiring is done. I just disconnected it. Pin assignments. Okay, duet. I mean the display is hooked up. And tool docks. All the tool docks are hooked up. I hope they're all correct. Remember to take the SD card out of the Duet 3. Is there an SD card? Yes. It is out. It is a SanDisk Ultra 16 gig. Okay, it is out. Did we It's been long enough. Did we actually flash the Pi for this, or do we have to redo that? All the tools are hooked up. Gantry's hooked up. One LED. I still haven't ran the jumper wire. I'm still not sure I'm going to run more than one LED strip on this. Tool head. That'd be a total blast if all that could come to an event. Unrealistic, but it would be fun. There's Vice. Vice in Reno in the first weekend of October. I gotta get married, so on your next giveaway, give me away. It's funny. The Endstop extruder motor. Sorry, I just want to make sure we have our Y, yeah, X and Y end stops are hooked up. Tool lock is there. Part cooling fan. Now I still need to put the duct on, but I think I need to do some sanding on the duct. But that's not important right now. Hard for most of the world to attend. Yeah. That's safe to say you did. Wrapped in 5mm. We did that. A and B motors are plugged in. Do we have them labeled for which one it is? Because I forget which one is which now. This is the B motor, which is on, okay, so that's the B motor, is on the counterweight side. You're going to cover the flights from the UK and back so I can go to Reno? No. Will this be running SBC mode? SBC mode. It's going to be in SBC mode. You can kind of see the ribbon cable. We hooked that up last stream, I think it was. So the ribbon cable is in there. And there is some, I need to get the SSR wiring here probably pulled up away because I think it's too close to the Z shaft there. This does have a Pi. Yep, has a Pi 4 in there that we're going to be running. Okay, Z, A, and B. We've got the A motor. And this is an updated document I'm scrolling through, so kind of seeing if there's anything I missed or anything that's been added. The Z motor is there, and so none of those I have actually plugged in because I've been moving things around and I didn't want to backfeed into the board more than a minimal amount. Tool hoops, we did all those. Got all the tools wired. Just 4 wires running to each tool head, just heater and thermistor. Hey, Sergey. Oh, here's a new. So there is a aux cooling fan now. So aux cooling fan is this guy. So big 24 volt blower fan. Gets into this printed part. So this is the same, actually the same fan we use in the deck on Phoenix for the filter circulation setup. So I'm not 100% sure what we do on here. I think there's probably some heat sets maybe that go in here. So we can get this kind of set up. So is there anything here for how this actually goes together? So this goes here. It goes down in there. And there's a cover and the ducts. So I think this cover goes on. Probably something like that. And then this is going to go on like that. And then there's an additional piece that actually glues on the front here. So, clear pet G recommendations. What do you mean, as far as brands? The only stuff, the stuff that I have the most luck with is actually a SaneSmart brand Clear Pet G that I've had for years. I print all of my little Clear Pet G needs with that. Is there a document on where heat sets go in this? Do you know, Poity? Oh, Chris. 3 heat sets into the base, 2 into the main duct body. So 2 here, and these look like M3s. Are those M3s or M4s? Oh no, that's not 2 there. There's, looks like 1 goes there. Looks like this needs to be assembled before that. You're watching and learning, okay. So are there M4 heat sets in here, Chris? Is it M4s here? And I think the screws that go up through here into this, so probably heat sets into here, M3s. Oh, these are M4s as well? Are these M4s? Okay, all M4. Okay. Let me get a... Let's do that real quick. This was bottom layers, so just kind of getting rid of any little bits of elephant foot there so I can more easily press the insert in. And then this is going to go like this. Now, how does this mount to the panel? Because this mounts to the panel. Sent the hardware in its own baggies with the fan. I remember that. I remember that. Whether I kept it straight or not is probably slim to low chance. Where did I put? Would I? Probably over here. Excuse me. Where would I have put that? I know you sent me that stuff. Where did I actually put the... Okay, that's fine. Assembly a sandwich with a back panel with long screws. Okay. Okay. That is fine then. I probably put them in the other thing. Let's get these heat sets in here. M4. Luckily I have enough spares in the main kit. That's kind of what I'm figuring. This thing. There. M4 heat sets. I'm going to the 9th Annual Congress of 3D Printing at London. What is that? Well, that's like 5 heat sets needed. Hey, Torsten. Hi, Jeff. How are you? Okay, let's just get all these in here quickly. How loud is that power supply? I don't know. I haven't ran it for any length of time yet. And then 2 heat sets into the bottom of this, it looks like. Is it a TS101, by the way? What? Oh, this is a Pine-Sol. That is a Pine-Sol. Same power supply as switch wire. Yeah, it's an LRS, what? 350. Meanwhile, LRS 350. Okay, so this is going to go on here, probably with some short M4s. And when that goes in there, that looks like that'll clear. So we need some short M4s. Short M4. Probably these are too short, but yeah, those are too short. I do need to find, oh, maybe that's what this bag is. Aux cooling hardware. Hey, check it out. Aux cooling hardware. I knew I had them. M4 heat sets. There's the ones that we would need for that. Here are M4x14s. There's an M4x8 and an M4x6. So the 8 is for this side, 6 is for this side. This is a thinner flange than that one. Oh, there's a 10. M4x10 and an M4x8. Hey, Takuya. So let's go the M4x8 right here. And 4x10 on this outside one, and 4x8 on the inside one. And then there is a part on here. Where did I put that? So this, for printability's sake, this is separate. Oh, and it goes right like this. But it has to snap on to these little thin features that probably need cleaned up a bit before that will work. So I think I'm going to save that and do that in a bit. So I want to get to this thing powered on after we've kind of sorted through some of these simple parts. So then that goes in there. Now, Chris, I just modified the part I've already printed. The radius on these corners was too large for this particular fan, so I took a I cut them. I cut the corners. So it should go in there nice and tight. So we've got another problem though, for this particular setup, is those inserts do not line up. So we probably need to look at that, Chris. That will not tighten down. I'm concerned this goes on a panel. So let's look at the panel. Do the holes on the panel line up with the fan, or do they line up with the fan, or do they line up with the printed part? Because that won't tighten down right now, which means we'll have to catch that on the next part, because I won't be able to fix that on stream. Let me pull these panels out of the box. So I've got a panel there. So these are slotted quite a bit. Are they slotted enough? And in the right directions to work. Okay, there's the panel for the aux fan. This is the back panel, right? So I think this guy is basically going to go right here. 12032, what is that? In here I thought all 12092 fans were the same. Okay, so this is going to go on the back here. So if this, right, is this go basically right here? Maybe this flips around. No, it's got to go this way. Maybe it goes this way. Doesn't matter. Okay. Line this up. Okay, it is, I think, I have a feeling these might have to get spread out a little bit. One of these might have to get spread out. So, okay, we will put that to the side and figure that out after. So what we're dealing with is inconsistencies in the fan. So we've seen a difference in the radius of the corners of them, and apparently a slight difference in the location of the holes. So, okay, let me set this aside then, because this isn't critical to us getting this running anyway. The umbilical loops are right in the way of me reading chat. Throw this in here so I don't lose it. Okay, where is that going to plug in? That is going to plug in here on the 6HC. It's going to plug into one of these ports here. See that over there. So that's going to have to, I'm going to have to extend that wire, which I may have. Do I have an extension for that wire somewhere? Did you include that, or do I need to make that? Chat read increases build speed. Okay, and then this. So basically, we're done. Is there a through the umbilical loop camera shot is awesome. Right there. No, that is new wire. You wouldn't have been part of the linear kit. Okay, I can. That's an easy wire to make. There we go. Oh, let's get this going. Let me bring up. Oh, let's do this for now. while I browse through my computer. Do we have, is this what I want? Just make sure polarity is correct on the fan's mullet connector. Yeah. Is there anything here for getting started with, where's the commissioning guide? Where is that located? Recommended good 12032 blower with PWM control. Blackbox. Okay, we're at the Blackbox GitHub, and the guides. We got frame, electronics, counterweight, enclosures, getting started. That's not what we want. I can resend in Discord if you need. Yes, if you would. I think there, I could scroll up, but a resend would be useful. What did you send me? You sent me a Fusion link. What is that Fusion link, Chris? Work in progress. That's okay. I want to do a couple of things here. There's a documentation link around here somewhere. Here we go. Let's open that in a new tab. Go here. 5 FDM tools, and here's some config stuff that we're going to need. Oh, the aux fan assembly for reference. Okay, thank you. So this is the thing. Let's get started. Commissioning guide. Okay. Is that what we want? Okay, there's a commissioning guide. Let me download that. Usually hit a live stream. Welcome, Matthew. Save that and open. Let's go here. Okay, commissioning guide. Part cooling was kind of weak. I went hold my beer on the part cooling, and now I want something like that. I don't know what ASA-GF looks like. Okay. This guide will cover both mechanical and software. Perfect. Commissioning steps for Blackbox. It assumes you are working with the BOM recommended parts and controller. Hey, Eric with a K. Things you'll need. You'll need these things. Mechanical checks. Before continuing, you need to confirm the machine has the freedom to move freely to all 4 corners of the printer. So I've done that. And we showed that earlier, that we can move the, we can physically move the thing around. Before we go any further, I think what I want to do is crimp up this, this ground. Bolted in right there. Is that an M5? Oh, that's probably an M4. Put an auxiliary part cooling that blows a whack ton of air from behind the gantry. An M4. Oh, what size thread is that in the bottom of the bed here, Chris? Because an M5 doesn't thread in very well. Is it just a really tight M5? Because that doesn't actually thread in. Oh, it doesn't thread in. What about, do we have a 3 on this side? Nope, that's just a through hole. It's a BMW M5. Yeah, threaded melted Mandela, maybe it's a bit boogered. Yeah, I mean, it's going in, I'm just having to, it's not cross-threading, it's just a really tight thread. Oh. Make sure I don't thread that in too much. It's gonna need a washer. I don't have a short enough M5. Did an M5? I don't think an M5 came in this. I think you're allergic to M5s, right? There's no M5s in the bomb. It's M5s and M4 or M3s and M4s and stuff. Okay, let's get that. And work. 2 here. There's one M5 by 8 or 10 holding the thermal fuse. Otherwise, yeah, it's allergic. All right. What printer is that behind me? The big printer is Phoenix. It's an unreleased printer from Voron Design, which I have the back panel off of because I'm redoing it right now. Go. And I want a washer because I think this is pushing up on an M5 by 8 is pushing up on the spring steel sheet fairly quickly. So I'm going to put a washer on here. And I think between the washer and the port connector, it'll be okay. We shall see. I will pay attention to it. So that goes there. This goes up here. This goes there. This should tighten down, and let's see if it lifts up on the, it does. I need 2 washers. It just barely pushes up, so do 1 more washer here. There we go. Now it doesn't. Now we're wired and that ground wire isn't hanging down bugging me. Okay. Apply pressure in the X and X minus. Any movement in the tool head assembly should result in immediate consistent movement in the belt, pulleys, and motor gears. So yeah, just all that. Everything, I think everything is moving okay. Then repeat for Y movement. Yeah, everything is, I think, moving good. Motion configuration and homing. Please download and use the provided configuration. Okay, so we are going to start, and I don't know where we left off on this on this Duet SBC setup, but it looks like we're going, because this next part goes into downloading the configuration. So let's go to the Duet docs. Oops. And get the SBC set up. Duet docs and get the SBC set up. So, getting started. I don't think we need the, oh, here we go. SBC setup for Duet 3. Let's just go straight here. Hey, projects in Dad's Garage. How you doing? So I have an optional single board computer with Duet 3. If you want to install, so rep firmware 3.5, flash the image file. So do I have an updated version of the imager? Raspberry Pi imager. Start that up. See if it needs an update. Does not appear to. Flash the SD card and upload your config. So Bookworm recommended for most installations. So let's just go. You all went through that with mine. If you have an SBC with little RAM and external display, it's highly recommended to use your micro SD card instead of shipped SD card if your SD card speed isn't sufficient. You will need at least 8 gigs. What do we have on here? We have a Samsung 32 gig SD card. So, Bookworm Duet Pi 64. Is that what we want? Do we want the light? How do we know? How would we know which one we want here? The light or the regular? What is the difference? Does it say here? You may choose the full image or the light image for a GUI less. So I'm going to be putting a different display on here. So I'm gonna go with the full image because the light would be if we're not gonna use the display on the off the Pi. Right now we're not gonna use a display off the Pi. We're gonna use the panel do. So, but I'm going to be using the display, so I'm gonna go the full. Let's go ahead and grab that. And keep. And keep anyway, and save this to the Blackbox folder. Here we go. We still got no display with the full image. Yep. Clipper string, still want. Well, we're not running Clipper, Morton. We're not running Clipper on this. This is rep firmware. So, okay, that is downloading. It's 1.7 gigabytes. And on my 50 meg connection, it'll take a few minutes. So, okay, let me plug this SD card into my reader. Oh, I have a SD card over here. Oh, that's my Osmo card. And I'm going to, there's something on this SD card, but I'm going to leave it. Actually, is there any reason not to use this SanDisk Ultra that came in the, here, let's use that. Because I think that Samsung Evo is from my stock. Let's use the 16 gig that came in the thing. And what is on there? I'm gonna copy all of this. folder, SD backup. Paste that. The stuff that was on there, I'm making a copy. Printer without a screen at all, since I kind of broke this display. Yeah. You can run these printers headless. I like having a display though. Okay, so we're downloading the image. I'm backing up the information that was on the SD card that was in the 6HC, just in case I want any of it later. Hey, Queasy Diver. Manage the source of replacement display though. Okay, so that's backed up. I don't really care about it beyond that, so let's close that. That is 4 minutes left, 3 minutes left. Anything, there's no other setup here. It all communicates over the GPIO ports, so. I could plug in the steppers. I guess I'll plug in the steppers. Yeah, what do we have here? So this is B. So this is what we're going to plug into X. This is Y. This is A, so we're going to plug that into Y. What would be Y? And then this is Z. There we go. Everything is plugged in, and we'll clean up these wires when we put, there's a deck plate that goes on here, but I don't want to do that yet. Yeah, CAN cable is plugged in. I need bed slingers. I do. I have 2 Prusas and a switch wire, and I think that's it. I got a Mark IV, a Mark 3.5, and a switch wire. That is 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Okay, so that's all plugged in. That's looking good. It's exciting. Endstop is there. Yeah. 1 minute left. Just looking at the printer now, it would take me a month of Sundays to build such a thing. Well, it's taken me about 3 months of Sundays with some breaks. So we had June event breaks. So open source and rapid. And then Nero and I did the positron build on a Sunday, took a Sunday. So we've probably got about 3 or 4 Sundays that were skipped during the course of this build. Almost done. 20 seconds left. Seven seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 3, 2. No. Okay, that's done. So let's bring up Pi Imager. So this is open the imager, select Raspberry Pi, select the image, and then next. Apply OS customization such as username and password, device, host name, time zone. Oh, so you do. If you don't configure Raspberry Pi via OS customization settings, Raspberry Pi OS will ask you at first boot. Okay, so let's bring up the imager. Choose our device. So this is a Pi 4. And our OS is going to be, what is it? Use custom. And, oh, well, that's interesting. My computer. Choose other, use custom. Other, nope, okay. Use custom, how do I get to my NAS from here? Okay, there we go. Projects, Blackbox, image, open. And now choose the storage. This is a 16 gig. And then where is the, say next. Oh, let's edit the settings. So let me move this off screen because I don't know what it shows. So we're gonna set this host name as Blackbox, and it's Blackbox. We are, do I want to set a username and password? Sure, but I'm gonna leave this as pi because all my pies are still pi, but I'm gonna put a custom password in, and I'm gonna configure my LAN, and we're gonna set this to US, oops. US, and then we'll set the local settings, and this is already correct. So let me put in my passwords and stuff that I want. Hey, Biney. I think we are good. Just make sure I type this correctly. There we go. And enable SSH. And it's done. Save. Oops. Now, would you like to apply? Yes. Yes. Okay. App runs as admins and have access to your NAS that's set up as your regular user. Hey, Brent. I've had mixed luck with Balena Etcher, actually mixed luck between both, but the Pi Imager has been working fine for a long time. So this is going to go through and write that. And then we're going to power it on. I'm going to flip this thing around to power it on. So I might as well do that right now. So I want to be able to see if anything comes up on the. There we go. That's what the thing looks like from this side. Do you have your preliminary? Yes. So we will download that from here. So config zip. Let's download this. Let's create a new folder, and we're just going to call this config. And save this here. And then we're going to go to macros. And I have all of these. So if I go over here, there is, I did clone this. So this is going to be easier to grab right here. And I can grab these directly from here, but I'm just going to throw these on the project folder here. And paste those there. Okay. So we have them. We're ready when that time comes. Oops, that's what I want. Stream chat. 50%. Canadian Rockies. Yeah. And do I have the power cord that's long enough? This around, just get ready. Getting ready. Make sure this is powered. Where's the power? Oh, it's way over here. Okay, it's off. Oops. What did I knock over? Knock something over. I'm not gonna nag, it's just that I went through that jazz. What are you talking about? Yeah, no worries, Ballador, but part of this is part of this is going through the whole process, and I need to look at the instructions. I will, if you see me miss something, 100% call it out. But I don't need everything called out ahead of time. Okay, so it's plugged in, not powered on. We're at 85%. The default mouse graphic. What default mouse graphic? And then it's going to do a verify pass, and then it'll be ready. The screen was reflecting the, oh, I see. Oh, there we are. Let's get this. There. There we go. It's verifying, it's 20%. Taking some peaches and doing a little spraying. I thought the Raspberry Pi imager was actually on my screen. I do that all the time. I want to move. I want to move the screen when someone else is presenting. I want to scroll. Oh, missed. Start all back since you use Windows 11. Start all back. I have no idea what that is. What was the total price for the black box approximately? Depending on how many tools and what tools. I think fully kitted out, you're probably looking in the US about $3,500, I think. Okay. You can now remove it from the reader. Continue. Close. Let's pull this out. I think that's probably a reasonable view if we get any smoke. We're about to boot up, Fluster. We are about to boot up. Okay, SD cards in the Pi. Is there anything I'm missing? You have 5 seconds to warn me that, oh, you're missing that. Don't flip the switch. Fortunately, it's very dark, shadowy in there. It's a frame square. The frame is as square as it's ever going to be. Okay, are we ready? The bed is not leveled. We actually need to re-level the bed because I took the belt apart at one point. So, eat some gummy bears. I don't have any. Okay, we're hitting the switch. If the flex cable orientation is correct, then it should be fine. 3, 2, 1, power. Hey, check it out. No smoke. Woohoo! Woohoo! No smells. No smoke. Filled the water loop, disabled the pump. I unplugged the pump, napping. I unplugged the pump. We haven't done anything with the water cooling yet. So. Do we remember to put napping in a preemptive timeout? PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Little celebratory memberships there. It is alive. So this, yes, the panel do has its own setup. So we're letting the Pi, hopefully the image, get going. We're giving it a minute for the Pi to start up. Yeah. Hey, Pex Peppers. Did you connect the panel do via the ribbon cable or the 4-pin cable? The 4-pin cable. Per the instructions and what wiring was supplied. So, I prefer panel don't. So things won't work yet. So this says connecting. It'll never connect. It's not going to connect yet. I'm giving it a few minutes for the Pi to establish the OS, to build the OS stuff that it needs to do. And it may be done by now. Updating the firmware on the screen if you haven't. Yeah, we will update everything. So if we go back here and let's see, we are using that and then set up Wi-Fi. So this step is unnecessary if you have set up Wi-Fi in the Raspberry Pi Imager. So theoretically I have. So hopefully it is available on my network. And we connected it. Ribbon cable is a 4-pin cable in, and it has extra connections for the SD card reader on the panel do, which I won't be using anyway. There's no access to it. It's fine. There's a tool changer specific issue with the screen. Is it fixed in a firmware update, Poity? Should SSH to the Pi and do the apt update upgrade step? Yep, that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to. So this is actual connection and first boot. You have a screen attached. When power is supplied, you'll see the SBC boot up. Once boot up is complete. If you are connecting over the network, then go to that. So I think this should give me, if I go here and I called this Blackbox. Oops, let me get my fingers the right spot on the keyboard. Hey, this is good. This is good. This is good. We are at it is up. We can see it. The installed software versions do not match. Please operate your setup only at equal versions to avoid potential compatibilities. Say okay, and welcome to your new Duet 3. Awesome. This page for further instructions on how to set up. So we're going to close that. So we are very first thing we're going to do here, just because Poity says so, is we're gonna go like that. Okay, so we are up. Duet 3 and SBC, it is communicating. We are good. We want updates. We could SSH into it, and we will here in a minute. Go to machine specific. So Valador, I will get through. I don't need step-by-step instructions from chat right now. If I run into an issue, then please help me. But I'm going through the process. So I have to make sure I know this stream from my combo controls. And that's fine, Valador. It's just the flow here is to go through the process. And the easiest way for me to do that is to follow instructions that I know where they are. There's no way for me to follow someone's instructions in chat effectively. We do it when we need to, but when I get stuck somewhere. So, okay. So we can, here, let's just make sure that we can get to it via SSH. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's close that. Here, and we should be able to SSH pi at blackbox.local. Cool. So we can get to it. So then, and then to update the Duet software framework and other system components, we are going to do this. Hey, Wolf Pup. Then the project instructions along with duets and help provide feedback. Yep. Okay. And then upgrade. Oops. And we want to continue. Yes. I wish that DWC ran an HTTPS, at least with SBC setup. Okay. This is exciting. Let's see where we're going to be next. So, useful commands, shut down or reboot the SBC, update the firmware. Once a Raspberry Pi has established an internet connection, it's recommended to install the latest updates. M997S2 to install the latest DSF and security related packages. And then we're doing this APT upgrade, update and upgrade. So. It is going through the stuff. The last time I did an SBC setup, which was on my V2, it was still Buster version. Bookworm was a little buggy. I had trouble getting Bookworm operating, so I hope this is smooth. That's some old image, 176 megabytes of updates. Smooth as my shed foundation. I have. Those might take a few. Still has some compatibility issues with Crow's Nest. At least we don't have to worry about Crow's Nest with this, right? After updating, I had some issues with SBC. I needed to shut down the Pi and do a full power cycle between certain RepRap firmware versions. See weirdness like not connecting. Okay. Hey, Jack. But it's powered on. I said we would power it on today. It's powered on. Next is we need to make it move today. We do have 2 giveaways today. Polymaker Filament and Hex Peppers Hot Sauce. The links are in the description since we have 2 of them. Those clipper tools that don't work with Bookworm don't matter here. Yep. Is your mic canceling the PSU noise, or is it just not noisy? It's probably canceling it, but it's also not noisy. Actually, the PSU fan is not on right now. It's off at the moment. There is a fan going. It's the part cooling fan is actually running. Do you happen to design a lift handle for your Saturn 4? Not yet. Not yet. Wasn't there a mention of plates giveaway or similar last week? That we're doing an engraved plate giveaway from Pathetic Puma on Tuesday. That'll be Tuesday's stream, Bill. Hey, Perry R. They are numbered. The special hot sauce are numbered bottles. Poides in the US, Hex Peppers. Have you had a chance to do a build of a cyborg kit? I have not. I have not. I have not been adding a bunch of plans for builds because I need to get caught up on everything else. My spaces, my things need to get in order before I really look at what the next things are. I have a lot of various builds on deck. Solid fork update is one that is on the docket. Planning on doing a Tic Tac build with Daniel at some point relatively soon. And other miscellaneous little things, but nothing major is actually scheduled. We're gonna finish off the Trident on Tuesdays streams, and then I'm going to switch Tuesdays to a as needed stream day. So Tuesdays, I need to not have 2 streams to prep for on a regular basis. So Tuesdays serve the purpose of getting caught up on a bunch of things. So yeah, Micron update is in the cards as well, for sure, Poity. Hey Scott, welcome. I don't know that we're melting plastic today, Tuxedo. We'll see. If we get that far, then sure, but you ever going to build a Voron? Someday I hope to build a Voron. How long do I plan to go today? I don't know. I'll probably look for a reasonable stopping point, but I don't know when that'll be. Yeah, Daniel is ModBot. Hold a piece of filament under a lighter, or a heat gun. Heat gun will melt it with a little more control. Need a reboot. I see a firmware and a kernel. Yeah. That one nozzle melted enough plastic for itself and this printer. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Yeah, there's a lot of projects I'd like to look at. It's just a matter of finding the time, finding the space. I don't know anything about the Kraken Motors base. I've heard of that they exist. I don't know any details on them. We need a better term than AWD for that, because it just seems wrong to call that all-wheel drive. What do you think about Stepper Online? They've historically made good steppers. They used to be the default steppers for in the sourcing guide for Voron builds. They're still there. They make good stuff. So LH Stinger build when? Same story. I don't know. A couple of Krakens, no willpower to install them. Yeah, Stepper Online, Moons, LDO. What is the one that... I don't remember the other brand I've used. Finally ready for first chips under Milo. Awesome. Let's see, Maker Faire is coming up quickly. It is, Frank. I have some desire to have this thing rebuilt in time. So we'll see. We will see. Oh, we'd like to update them all. Yes, update them all. I don't think that was the active window. Oh, okay. I think that was. Oh, yeah. This is really kind of cool. There are 2 outdated boards. Has these firmwares. Asking if we want to update them. It's doing it. It already saw the 3HC on CAN address 1. That's awesome. Hey, Maker Viking. I don't know that the APT install will see your 3HC expansion yet. It does. It does. That's nice. Duet CAN update works. Yep. This is one reason why rep firmware and Duet is so cool. Is the CAN implementation so much more straightforward than in Clipper. You're gonna have to do the panel do separately, it seems, or run the command again. Which Clipper would catch up to CAN FD? There's a licensing cost for CAN FD, right? Right, but it means that the hardware to do it is more expensive. I don't know but what that's relative. I don't know what more expensive means. Oh. there we go. Message, update successful, rebooting. The panel do says it updated. That has an updated message. Do I want to do anything with this? Is that it? Do I reboot? Let's reboot. The panel did. It's not connecting yet, but we haven't copied any config files over either. Missed it earlier, but what's the goal with this and HueForge? Well, I want to do at least a HueForge print. You know, typically that's not a big part of the things I do with 3D printing. HueForge is really cool. It just requires an extra level of artistic and that kind of ability to do them from scratch, which isn't generally in my what I normally tend to focus on. But that'll be a fun application to demonstrate this with. The bigger use for me is going to be multi-material and multicolor printing. So we have rebooted. Is this back? Let's go. Can I go? Yep. Boot. Welcome. For further instructions on how to set it up. Okay. If we go to I think it's here. So everything's been updated. Gonna get a rat rig VCore 4. I may pursue that, but it's not. I haven't. That's one of those things I haven't wanted to add a big build yet. I do have the commissioning guide, so now we're gonna go back to that. And please download and use the provided configuration. This will be starting point from which we will move forward. So we are going to load the config. So if we go to, I think, system here and upload system files, and we should be able to pick that config file that we downloaded and open it, right? There we go. Apply the configuration. Yes. Start the main board. While you're in there, you can set the baby stepping. Oh, what was that? Oh, that was the LEDs turning on. Okay, so let's close that. Oh, hey, check it out. All the stuff is on there now. It says Blackbox. What can we go set up? Panel due firmware version 3.4.1. What is the, can I go here? How do I know what is the latest? Yeah, we've got lights. We've got, see, lights. It's on. I don't think has any rat rigs. Would definitely be, I don't have a rat rig, yeah. Discord. Panel due firmware. Okay, let's make sure the panel due is up to date. 3.5 RC9 is latest. Okay, so let's go here and we're done with this. So let's go, what is it? Accessories probably, and panel due and updating panel due firmware. So panel do firmware update. Installing and updating panel do firmware. Firmware prep version. Flash the panel do from the duet itself. For earlier rep firm, flash the firmware via USB connector. For all version, panel do firmware version 3.2. Wow. What version? Let's see. Lack of RAM, these versions not run. Find the correct. Panel do 7. Firmware file, Duet 3D 3.4. What do we have in here right now? 3.4.1. But which one fixes the bug you were talking about, Poity? Locate and download the panel do firmware for your display from the Duet 3D GitHub. Panel do firmware 3.5.0. This requires, you can see if it fixed or you can see all the tools. If you can see all the tools. Well, I saw all 5 tools on there. RC3, RC4. 6, 7, 8, 9. Panel, oh, April 25th. Oh, okay. Oh, so they are at 3.5.0 now. RC9 was the last, but it is, because here's RC9. This is the release notes, but 3.5.0 is final, it looks like. So there is a stable, and is this... Oh, I didn't look to see if bed was on there. Let's go here. No, bed is there. Oh, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and bed. It's all on there. But anyway, is this the 7.0i? Is that what I have? How do I tell? How do I tell what I have? Is this the 7.0i is the question. I've got a box around here. That'll tell me. Panel do 7i. There we are. It didn't say in the screens about. So let's download this guy. And save it. Yep, 3.5.0. That's what we're downloading. And save that right there. And then choosing the correct firmware binary for the 5 and 7 inch. Firmware update via Duet. You can flash. The panel can have any firmware installed or none, but may need the erase and reset buttons to be pressed. Upload to the Duet via the system upload system files. Okay. System, upload system files, and the panel do firmware. Open. Okay. Now what? To update the panel do firmware, do one of the following. Navigate to the right click on the firmware file. We should find that file. Where is it? Right click and run the file. So where is the file? I just uploaded it. Where is, I don't see the file here. Firmware directory, here we go. And where's that panel do file I just, there it is. Right click and install firmware file. See, I fumble through, I find it. Hey, Robbie. Response too long. Oh yeah, this has always gotten me because this says response too long, and I think it took too long, rather than it's too long of a text to display in the pop-up. But please try again or press the erase and reset switches on panel do. Okay. So failed to communicate with the panel 2 bootloader. No start signal received. I clicked it wrong. Please try again. I don't want to just try again. I want to press the erase and reset switches on panel do. Does this say anything about that? If you're updating the Duo firmware update via USB. Does it tell me? Release the erase button and then press the reset button. Will that work? So which is the erase and reset button? Which is the erase and which is the reset? I've got two buttons here. It said right there, if you update from an older version, you need to push. Yeah, so the panel do was already on a new enough version. So early firmware versions require a manual erase and reset. The flashing process will prompt you to do this. If panel do firmware has already been erased, no manual reset. And okay, so we need to figure out what the which one is the erase and which one's the reset. So is there a let's open this in a new tab. Panel do reset, this is a 7i. Erase is the top button, reset is the bottom button. So let's do that. I'm trying to find the instructions. You may need to press, followed by the reset. Okay. Press the buttons. So, which one was that? Oops. Erase button and then reset button. Erase button and then reset button. And then go back here and try this again, right? Install firmware. It's writing. Panel do is panel don't. We're getting there. Let's wait while updates are being installed. Verifying, it says verifying progress. This is good sign. we're updating, Chris, we're updating the panel due to 3.5.0. It was on 3.4.2 or something like that. And the first, just installing the firmware, failed. So we did the erase and reset. Hey, there we are. Awesome. So now it wants me to touch the spot. Touch the spot. There we go. Okay. And if we go to setup, we're at 3.5.0 now. Awesome. Baby steps 0.02. Cool. That works. 12 ounces of PEX peppers, actually 12 ounces of PEX peppers. Is there a dark mode in here? Setup. Light theme. Dark theme 1. What is dark theme 2? I don't know which one I like better. I think I like dark theme 1. Yeah. Cool. Okay. We have things configured. We have, oh, what is the response too long? We have a response too long. Let's look at the console. Just the last, I think that's from the last. That's one thing I don't like about the Duet Web Control is these alerts tend to linger when they're no longer apply. So close. Yeah, these having to close all the alerts like that is kind of irritating. But yeah, everything flashed. We have things. That's awesome. We have stuff. This is what I'm getting nagged to change. Okay. Let's go back to the commissioning guide. Just clear it, yeah. But still, as you're working on it, you get pop-ups and like you have to think, is that a valid current pop-up or is that something that's long past? Okay. Steps marked in blue are for those that are already configured in the files provided and have instructions to solve them if you fail a test point along the way. Steps marked in red indicate that a universal approach is not possible and you must provide some input for things to work properly. Okay. So adjust the end stops. First, we need to confirm that our end stops are adjusted properly. Manually move the gantry in the Y- direction until the LED trigger light on the Y end stop is illuminated. Confirm that the gantry is unobstructed at all points previous to this position. Okay, so we are going to reposition our camera here. Let's go here. We're looking at our Y end stop here. So I think we move back. We should get an LED. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's quite a bit. It triggers quite a bit before we hit the end of travel, so that's good. I don't know where we want it to. LED light's red, triggered. Looks a little orange to me, but. Hi, Lori. Okay, so adjust the end stop trigger inward deeper slowly while checking often that the end stop does trigger and there's no contact between the gantry and any other part of the machine. A fully seated trigger with no adjustment is okay. What does that mean? I know we have a adjustment here. It may or may not be Mrs. Poity. Well, hello. A second hello. how much play should I have at the end there? See if the stop and DWC lights up too. Ah, good call. If we go here, and is it on the, yep, there it is. So if you see the, up here, the Y, when we trigger, it is triggering. So that means it's seeing it. Cool. Okay. Aim for the most Y-axis travel possible. Okay, so we are going to pull this back then, and this is a flathead screwdriver. Is this sized for the special KB3D screwdriver? Up in, oh yeah, I've got this quite far. Let's pull this in. There we go. So this is what we're adjusting, and it is quite far out. So that is why we're triggering so early. So I'm just gonna get in here, and it's sort of sized for it. The screwdriver could be, yeah, it's not quite. It's not quite. We need a wider version of the super strong magnet screwdriver. So let's see if my iFixit screwdriver looks pretty good. Yeah, you missed the opportunity there. It's threading this in quite a bit. Okay, now sanding is really messy, especially with barely dried softwood. So we go back. We can go in. I mean, that didn't change by much. I'm gonna see if I can thread that in even more, although it's pretty far in there right now, and it seemed to stop. I may have to grab the tap. That's about as far as I can thread that in. It's pretty much flush to the, that's better. There, and then it's got about 1 millimeter left to travel after it's triggered, so I think we're okay. Okay, so that's why. Just thread it in as far as I go. Also maintain a triggered Y. Manually move the gantry on the X direction. So I think we're not going to be able to see this. It's over here. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a great. Oh. A great camera view on this. I think if I did this, I mean, I'm right here. I've got quite a bit more I can move, so I think I'm going to do the same thing. Just move this out of the way, and then come in here and adjust this guy. Hi, Mark. Can't actually get a, there we go. It's hard to get a good grip on this one. I think the glue holding the magnet in there is kind of getting in the way. Let's see if I can fix that. There we go. you have it adjusted, do you remove it and add some thread locker? No, it's threading, it's fine threads into plastic. It's not moving. It's not threaded into metal. There. Had some of the epoxy or whatever that's holding the thing together in the way. This is a bit fiddly. And I don't have a great view at it from here. There we go. It's close to flush. Well, I guess we'll see if that triggers right there. Is that far enough over to actually... No, it needs to trigger. It needs to trigger even... It needs to be even closer. Can that be adjusted in any other way? This was a tapped hole. This was tapped with a fine thread tap. But I don't know if it was necessarily threaded in deep enough. Because it's getting kind of difficult to... This is adjusted by a couple of millimeters in firmware 2. Okay, I'm going to leave it right there then. If I feel like I need to, I'll pull it out and I'll clean some of that epoxy away that's keeping me from getting a good grip on the screwdriver. And then, and I could always run the tap in there a little deeper. But I'm going to leave it right there for now. You can't without going crazy. Okay. Oh, and let's double check that when we do move the tool head over, we should get a X. There it is. So X is triggering in firmware. Okay. Adjust the end stop slowly, full seated trigger. Blackbox uses an additional end stop for the tool lock that is triggered when the tool lock is in the open position. And that is, to begin adjusting this end stop, we need to start with the mechanical position of multiple components. So the tool dock is horizontal, and the set screw should be engaged with the flat surface of the tool lock in parallel with the x-axis. It is. And then orient the trigger plate and its magnet as shown below. It is not. Okay. Okay, that needs to be loosened. Loosen that. Rotate that. Is that right? Oh, there we are. Okay, so what I'm doing, let's see if I can get this to move into view. Sort of. It's not going to focus on it, but I loosened this little screw on this plastic piece and rotated it around until it's at the furthest point there. Now the light is on, There, yep, you can see the light is on there. So rotate by hand 2 to 3 full rotation. This will move the T-lock itself clockwise when viewed from the front of the plate. So that's in that position. And then rotate this 2 to 3 full rotations. Rotate the worm drive gear counterclockwise by hand 2 to 3 full rotations. How do I tell when that's 2 to 3 full rotations? I'm gonna put a piece of mark of Sharpie on the worm gear. Okay, so those marks will show me when I've made a full rotation. So let's go here. So that's 1, 2, 3. That's 3 rotations. I don't know if it needs to be 3 or 2 or what. Now rotate the worm drive gear clockwise slowly until the black LED light is triggered. At this exact position, the T-lock should be... Oh, I see. Black LED light is triggered. At this exact position, the T-lock should be horizontal. And it is. And it is. The rotation of the trigger holder, be sure to tighten the fastener when you're done. Yeah, that is exactly right where it is right now. Well, when are the new kitties coming? When, soon. There's nothing else really holding us back now aside from just selection and stuff. I'm going to order a new litter box type stuff. I'd like that to be here before we actually pick the kittens type thing. Okay. The rotation of the trigger holder, be sure to tighten the fastener when you're done. The vertical position of black stop within its mounting slot. So I think all of this is good. I think, let's see. You kind of see it's not focused, but this area, that if I move this the other way, oops, this way, so turns off. And as soon as it triggers, moving it this way, there, the lock is exactly horizontal. So I think we're good. So then it's just a matter of tightening this screw. Oops. To lock that into place. Yeah, I think we're okay. No, I'm going to order a Litter Robot 4 because I have a friend who has one that's really likes it, and one of you have provided a nice discount on one. So I just need to order it, figure out exactly what options I need and stuff, and order it. So, but I have a friend at work who has one, and they really like it, so. New cats could be good without the normal QC. Steve's quality is starting to slip. So the A-axis tool lock should be horizontal test point. The Z probe switch should read 0. and 1000 when manually depressed. So we go here and reach over here and see if I can, yep, there it is. Z probe is doing it. Hairless gremlins. Yeah, Litter Robot 4 is what I'm gonna go for. It's a game changer, yeah. I've heard so much good about them and I'm so excited because litter was a major problem with the cats before. LDO to make a litter robot. Okay, we're working our way through the stuff. That worked. Z probe works. Testing motor movement direction. Let's see. For a core XY machine, RepRap firmware assumes that the motor connected to the X motor output moves the head in the plus X and plus Y directions. And that the Y mode moves the head in the plus X and minus Y directions. Test point. Test for the correct X motor movement by sending these commands from the console. Okay. So let's see here. There we are. So we are going to... So where are we? We are plus X plus Y should be that way. Plus X plus Y should be that way. If it moves in the minus X, change the S parameter. Okay. So let's go to the console and run a G91. And then this should move that way. What did it do? That's moving Z. Why is that moving Z? And it's not moving in 10 millimeters. It's moving about 3 millimeters. Why is that moving Z? Servo 0, 1, 2. Oh, that's why. No, okay. So the problem is that I got my order of steppers plugged into the board incorrect. So let's power this thing off. And in order to properly power it off, I want to, let's see. This is not where I want. I want SBC set up. Wrong plugs, yeah. But I want to shut down the Pi here, and I need to recall what the shutdown process is. So I'm going back to the SBC setup, and I remember there was a little example command for that. Where was that? Shutdown or reboot. So we are going to do this. We're going to run this and shut down the Pi. Okay. So I'm doing it from DWC rather than from SSH. So with that powered off, power it off. And I don't think there's any good way for me to get a view of what I'm doing here. I mean, I'm gonna go in here and realize that these are in the wrong location, and X should be one. Oh, come on. Over here. this Y should stay where it goes. I think that is what we wanted to do. So let's, is there like a general, what do I have? I have tool and extruder. I think I already plugged those into the right spots. So we're gonna assume I did. Let's power it back on. And we're gonna do this again. Wait for that to boot up, wait for DWC to come back. Oh, lights. Come on, reconnect. Just reload. Connecting. There we are. Okay, back to the console. We want a G91 and that command. Nope, not that one. Does that save what I did? Yeah, there we are. And that should move that way. Nope. Okay, so that moved diagonally minus X. That moved exactly opposite. So what does this say? If the head moves diagonally in the plus X and plus Y directions, all is well. If it moves in the minus X and minus Y directions, change the S parameter to S1 in the M569P0 command. Either turn the power off and swap the XY motor connectors. If it moves towards plus X and minus Y, no, it moved minus X minus Y. Not quite. Plus X and plus Y is towards the idle tool cooling block. This isn't 0, 0. This is 0, 0. I made an assumption. Where should I have read to know where 0, 0 is on the machine? What instruction should I have seen? Because I very well might have missed it, and if not, then it's an opportunity to figure out where that should be written. So how do we know, and how do we inform the builder where 0, 0 is? Where the end stops trigger, but it will absolutely add this to context. Yeah, because 0, 0 is in this corner on a Voron. You know, he's weird. So 0, 0 is at the end stops, which means we went plus X minus Y when we should have gone. Here, let me run that again. So we went minus Y plus X. We went minus Y plus X. If it moves towards plus X and minus Y or towards minus, then either turn the power off and swap the X and Y motors, or I'm gonna turn the power off and swap the X and Y motors. They chew on and break it, it's not allowed here. You saw minus X and plus Y? I'm confused. I'm confused. 0, 0, right? So this is plus X plus Y. If we send this, that means we went plus X and minus Y. Don't orient yourself to the door of the machine. So is this the X axis? And this is Y. So we're in a magneto X situation. The magneto is weird too. So I need to basically, this is now 0, 0. Just like on a Voron. It's exactly like a Voron, except you home to min instead of homing to max. Okay. Got it. So let's do our stuff from here. Those done because the front door can't go anywhere else and be functional. That makes sense. That makes sense. So this is 0, 0. This is Y. This is X. Let's run this again. So now we are going plus Y minus X. Hey, Glendon. Plus Y minus X. So either terms. So we are going to swap the X, the A and B steppers basically. So let's go back here. And let's turn it off. Shutting down. See you, Lori. Buffering. What? Buffering for anyone else but Devin? Okay. Power off. Swap these two. Oh, no, that's Z. I want to swap Z. Oh, good here. Okay. Okay. Those are swapped, plugged in, power on. Hey, Sanity. You're getting occasional skips. Okay, powered up. Reboot. Refresh. Why are you giving away sauce? Why wouldn't I give away sauce? I have sauce to give away. Because Pex Peppers is a friend of the channel and cool guy, and his hot sauce is good. Okay, so we are doing this again. So let me just kind of manually move this back around here. And every time I move that by hand, the part cooling fan changes, Chris. Is that expected? Makes good stuff. Okay, so let's send this again. Now it's moving the opposite. So it's minus, minus. So that's where we go to the, change the S parameter to S1 in the M569P0 command. Oops. So it just went minus, minus. So let's go M569P0. This thing gonna be in system and should be in config, right? So M569P0 0.0. Just in the 0.0 command. That would be helpful if this is 0, if it's 0.0 to be in, to label that. So is it just this one that we change? Oops. So this is telling which direction for the steppers. So this is a similar thing in Clipper. You would add the exclamation point to the direction pin. This is the same type thing. But it says change it to S1. It was already S1. So it would just flip it. So let's save and run the config file and try this again. Okay, so if I send this, there we go. Now, I didn't run G91. G91 should change. Oops. Now it should. There we go. There. Okay. That is done. 32 minutes until hot sauce and filament giveaway time. 32 minutes. And what do we have here? Almost 300 people, but 119 likes. So let's go back here. Okay, so we're past that. So test point text. When you have the X motor moving correctly, test the Y motor by sending from the console. So we do the same thing. And I'm imagining we're probably gonna have to switch both of these. How about making some Steve stables? What are Steve stables? So I imagine we're gonna have to invert the Y motor as well. So, and this is gonna be P0.1. So if we go here and we're still in G91, so this is gonna move Y and we should get, okay, so let's see. Head moves diagonally in the plus X, so it went minus X and plus Y. Then we need to change that as we figured. So it actually went minus X and plus Y, so we need to invert that pin in config as well. So this one right here goes to 0. Can you rotate the build plate to indicate the front? My demons are freaking. But the user front versus the build front are different. Okay, so let's save this and run the config file. And now if we go back to here and run this again. So now it's plus X minus Y. The head moves diagonally in the plus X and minus Y directions, all is well. Gen X still stuck between both of you. Preview sample of the salsa, it's amazing. It's also very tasty. Easy. Hey, Phil. Okay, so X and Y are working. We just had to invert them in the config. I also had to swap the connectors because I had them incorrect. So choose the right hand axis. Oh, here we are. This would have been this would have been useful right here. That would have been useful right up here. It might have been, if I'm just viewing this normally, then it might have been easier to see. But that is there at least. I've always said counterclockwise, Garrett, so. When you have the A tool lock motor moving correctly, test the A motor by sending from the console. if the T-lock rotates clockwise, as viewed from the front of the X plate shown below, all is well. If it moves in the counterclockwise, hey Mike V, primarily here anti-clockwise from UK folks. Then change the S parameter in P1. So we want it to rotate clockwise when we send this command. So if we go here, and make sure we're in G91 and paste that, it should, and I need to get my eyes around. I don't think, yeah, you're not gonna be able to see it, but if I run this, it needs to be reversed. So it went counterclockwise. Yeah, and I just moved it back. So now we want to go, and which parameter, which one is that? So the indicators here are kind of tough. The pin definition. This is, which of these is it? So 0, 1, 2, is it 3 or 4? Is that 3 or 4? 0 and 1 are X and Y. 2, I'm guessing, is Z. It's 4? Okay. So we're gonna change this to 1. And save. And run the config. I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna go 4 is the tool lock. And this should be extruder, right? This should be Z. I think it's 5. Go back to config.g. There's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I have that correct? M584 for mapping. Oh, thank you. That's a good call. ZEA is 0.4. There we go. So this tells us the story. If I was more familiar with RepRap firmware, I would have known. So yes, .4 is the one that we're messing with. So that's the tool lock. So let's save, run that config, and then go back here, and I think that should go clockwise now. Okay, it still went counterclockwise. Well, oh, because I left the minus in there. There we go. Now it moves clockwise. Got it. Because I had moved it back and forth, so I wasn't just continually rotating it. Okay. So that is done. When you have the Z motor correctly, test the Z motor by sending from the console. And I'm gonna go less than this because 10 millimeters up might crash it into my tool board. So here. So this, I'm gonna take this command, but I'm gonna say like Z2. So if we go here and paste that, but I'm gonna change this to Z2. Should see, yeah, that'll at least give us a view. Yep, and that's what I figured, it moved up. So we're needing to reverse all of these for these particular steppers that we've used. So let's go into config And for the Z, we're gonna set this to 1. And save and run the config. And we should be able to send this again and it should go down. Yep. Cool. Okay. Working through it. What do we got? 23 minutes. 23 minutes till giveaway time. We've only gained like 25 likes since last time. Okay, test point. You can now fully home the machine for the first time. Uh-oh. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Start with the bed at least 100 millimeters of clearance to the nozzle and the tool head near the middle of the bed. Be sure to have access to either the power switch or the emergency restart button and do a web control. Here's what to expect. The X and Y axis move towards X-min and Y-min until the first of the 2 end stops is triggered. The remaining axis then continues until the end stop is triggered. The gantry will then do a second slower speed homing. The tool head would then move to the center of the build area. The Z axis will rise slowly until the Z probe micro switch is triggered. The A axis will rotate towards the tool lock direction a short distance and slowly approach the A axis end stop until it is triggered. And if everything goes as it should be shown. All these values should be shown. Okay. I am going to move the tool head down, or the bed down a bit. Let's go, since I know this works now. Let's get all of this stuff out of the way. There we go. I don't know what is the, I think actually 4 might be the better view. Overhead. Here we go. Okay, first home. Are we ready? Where is stop? Okay, I see stop here. Let's do a home all. Okay, so I interjected there because I like to on all my builds. I manually press the Z end stop to see if it behaves. It does something when I click it. So now I'm gonna home it again with some extra confidence that it's going to home properly. So, yeah. Hendrik, welcome. I just saw your C3PO video today and that was awesome. That that extra gold coating on there, the way it goes on, that you did that on the big, on the large parts is pretty cool. It has been on my mind to get the Stealth Burner tool head installed on my Tridex. I just haven't swapped the fan stuff over to it. Okay, so we are going to home again, and I'm gonna initiate that from the panel dude here. Okay, now I'm gonna let it do it. Nope. Okay, we've got to. So I had some confidence until the fan screw triggers before the end stop switch does. That's a problem. The screws that hold the fan in are hitting before the end stop. Now, do I remember, do we have any adjustment? Do we have any adjustment in how that goes? We do not. Ah, that's a problem. The little part cooling fan. What's the... Can you confirm which screw type was used for the fan mount? The little M2s. It's hard to get to. The fan is also coming on and off when I move it, which is really odd. The part cooling fan is on all the time. Well, I didn't hurt anything on the PEI. This is hard stuff. It's not doing anything. They're buttons. They're button heads. Do I have some flat heads? Okay. These LEDs need to reset machine. Resetting the machine. I need to turn these LEDs off. Is there a macro in here? Something? How do I... There. Unplug them. I can't see a thing with those shining at me. Yeah, little M2 button heads. Do I have M2 flat heads in here? M2x6 button heads. Shoot. Hey Luke, welcome. I'm only gonna pull one of these off at a time. Which is the guide for this? Where was that fan? Which guide was that fan installed on? Screw heads lower than the nozzle. Looking now, I remember this being an issue on my beta build. I think I'm gonna have to show it by hand here. So let's see if I can get something in here. So you see I took one of the screws out of the fan, but you see that button head in the distance there holding the fan on? It's below the level of the trigger point of this Z switch. So that's what's going on. This needs to go up in there a little further, and yeah. So, but which guide showed that? Electronics mounting? I don't remember. Well, maybe. Fan. Locate. Hey, there we are. Yeah, it says button heads. It says button heads. And this, does this have any adjustment on it? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. For now, you can countersink the fan with your Noga tool and it would look deeper. Okay, let me shut the thing down because I'm going to be messing around and I don't want to drop something on the electronics before I put the deck panel in. Okay. No adjustments on the Endstop, screws into heat set inserts, yep. This is shutting off. Power it off. And I am going to pull that guy and move this down out of the way so I can see. Let's see if I can get right here. Yeah, that's that overhead light. That overhead light, this guy here is, oh, that's not even that one. Oh well, it's probably as good as I'm gonna get it. So pull this up. Am I even sure that that's, oh, there we go, that's being pressed into the part as far, oh, I guess it has to. Okay, so that would go there, there. Yeah, those are pretty, so yeah, with my, let me, I hope I have some, I don't know that I have any M2 flatheads. Are there any in the kit? The bed level, I didn't have an issue with the Z Endstop. It couldn't bed mesh as the clearance is 1 millimeter. I'm not sure that the bed is level because it was, but then I pulled it apart to do some work. Are there M2 flatheads in the kit? I'll go look here in a second, but I don't know that I have any flatheads that are going to. Okay, let's see. Let me look in the parts list over here. To socket head. I don't know that I have M2 flatheads. My list of things is a problem. I don't see them in here. I don't see any M2 flatheads. Could drive over with some flatheads, would get there about time the stream was over. Button heads, socket heads. I do have some extra small button heads that might go in there. I don't see M2 flatheads in the kit. How long are these? 6 millimeters-ish. Had some extra small. This is the bin that dumped out. I think Charlie knocked it over one time and I never cleaned it up. But there were some in here that were extra small. It's about the same as a problem. You super glue the fan in place, it'll be fine. See, that's why we turned it off. Drop a screw down in there. Didn't have the issue though. The clearance is very tight, but tools nozzle runs about 1 millimeter lower. Yeah. That's not great. See if I can find some of these extra small screws in here. Oh, okay. These guys are extra small and I think need a different driver, which I have somewhere. 1.3 millimeter driver, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. I don't know if you can see that, the head on this versus the head on that is a bit smaller. Now I gotta get this thing back up in there correctly. Yeah, with the countersink I put in there, it almost is flush with the fan. Reamer with the tapping handle, just go at it very slowly and gently. Okay, so that is significantly lower profile than what it was before. What if I take something pushes up on the wire of the fan as it's triggering? But I think it might trigger first now. Barely. It might trigger first, barely. Okay. Here, let's pull the bed up. Wow. It does trigger on the bed first. Let's see if it does it. Oh, let's go here. It doesn't. Oh, because I'm off the bed. Yep. It should home now. It should home. With that, it should home. I hope I'm still on time. Oh yeah, we got 4 more minutes until 2 giveaways. Do the lights work? Well, I unplugged the lights because they were in my eyes, but yes, the lights work. I'll plug them back in. Okay, before giveaway time, let's get this thing to home. Let's move this down. And what were we doing for? Go. Now we're back on. Oops. Now that wasn't a great idea, but I need to plug the Z motor back in. There we go. Now power it up. 15 more likes until 200. We got to get there before giveaway. We got to get there. And we actually lost a like. Went from 185 to 184. Remember, printer back home before the lights turn on, or else you're grounded. Okay, lights on, everything's good. There we go. 2 more to go. Let's home all. My little stops are working pretty good. Okay, let's skip. Stop. Okay, there it is. It's homed. Need a backwater valve. We're at 217 now. We're good. We got 2 minutes till giveaway time. The stops work. How about the goes? It all works. Okay, where are we with the, what is the next thing? Oh, we should see 150, 200, 15, and 0. Where are we? 150, 200, 15, and 0. With the A triggered. Is there an auto level of any sort on Blackbox? Yes. That little Z, the little switch here is the probe. So with a tool on the machine, it can't trigger, but without a tool on, it can do a mesh, it can do all the stuff. So, okay, this is good. We're making progress. Some tweaks need to be figured out for that fan, but that's okay. Except it's fixed. It's not like clicky, which has to dock and undock. This is fixed, which is nice. It's clever that you can do that, just being able to do that with a tool off of it. It should be consistent. Finding and teaching tool lock rotation distance. So, another thing I find interesting, in 8 months you went from 10 to 12.5. Oh, it slowed down a lot. It has. It's slowed down a whole lot. But that's okay. Summer I've heard has slowed down for a lot of people. A lot of folks. So it is giveaway time. Let me, I guess I'll just go over here. Hey, Brian. Bring up Wheel of Names. Get rid of last week's names. And we are going to give away Polymaker Filament first. Polymaker Filament. Here, what can we do here? Let's see. Doesn't really work. Trying to wedge something in there to hold them apart. Listening to work changes. Well, it's a summer. It's a summer also. So we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. I will close the entries when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. We are going to start now. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Am I missing any questions? Nobody? Nobody new? I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna close it. Am I on the right one? I am. Does everybody see the link in the description? Oh, there we go. There's 2 more. 3, 2, 1, and done. Okay, well, let's link this out. Everyone is out at the beach. Well, this nerd's still inside. Yeah. Who do we got here? And next we'll be doing a bottle of apricot and habanero hot sauce from Pex Peppers. So who got in? Brian T got in first. Who got in last when I gave a little extra time? Baby Wolf Teeth. First giveaway is Polymaker Filament. Polymaker Filament. Here and here. And this is the 11st. It's the 11st giveaway of Polymaker Filament. Therefore, we're going to do a number between 1 and 11. There we go. Using Pex, all right, not plumbing. 11st. Oh. Let's go, I don't know. Let's go 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and spin. Gerbflow, congratulations. You have won some Polymaker Filament. If you are here, if I can figure out which timer to start. There we are. Gerbflow, are you here? Say something in chat if you're here. If you're in the US or Canada, it's a coupon to the US or Canada stores. If you're outside the US or Canada, you get to pick from a list of filaments to be sent to you. Congrats. Gerbflow. There you are. I see you. Copy this. Paste it over here. And make sure everything looks good. Everything looks good. Awesome. I better get picked for the hot sauce. Cool. Okay. Closing the Pex Pepper. So this is Pex Pepper Astral Apricot and Habanero hot sauce. It is limited edition. There are only 100 bottles made. There are only 40 left, and one of them, there are 41 left. One of them is being given away here. So let's close the form when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So 3, and that's way too early for a reminder, Andres. And it's number 1 out of 100 that you filled. Okay. And will be signed. So 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Tree that hasn't fruited in 7 years. Wow. 3, 2, oh, timer from the last one. 3, 2, 1. Tree 2, 1. Done. Okay. Let's create that one. Brian T was first. So who got the last one? Jimmy. Jimmy, Control C. Let's close this. Let's delete that. Paste the new ones. So Brian was first, Jimmy was last. Okay, so Garrett, in the last number guess, you put 9. So let's do a number between 1 and 9. 1 and 9. Number between 1 and 9. Known as a Nelson, one arm, one egg. Huh. Redacted for good luck. Let's do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Spin. What do we have? Oh. Am says. Have we had Am says win before? That seems familiar. Am says. Am says, are you here? You can still order some redacted. Am says, congratulations. Am says is here. Congrats. Have you won on my stream before? Just curious. So Pex Peppers will reach out to you. I'll give them your email. Everything looks good. Yep. You're unbroken. I did actually win a spool of filament. See? I've got a decent memory, don't I? Awesome. Congrats. Back in July. Is it really that recently? Is it really that recently? Spool of filament from me or from someone else? Because that's not all that great if it was that recent. I was thinking it was a long time ago. Okay. Back in July last year or like last month? Okay. 2 separate forms for each bottle of sauce. July 2nd stream. Okay. Awesome. Hey, at least I remembered. At least I remembered. This apricot sauce is too good. Straight up tastes like no, like one because it's like 50% apricots. Nice. Time isn't real. Yeah. Okay, we're going to find and teach the tool lock rotation distance. Each tool will require its own specific rotation value required to pull the tool tightly against the kinematic mounts. Oh, there we go. Thank you. See, that's when I need to be reminded. Unpin. And let's delete it from the description. The Honeywell Switch Z probe has a slight bit of slot feature to it. It might be worth loosening those and making sure it's as low as it can go and level. I made sure it was level and I did feel like I was pulling it down, but I'll double check. Any chance on a Steve Builds affiliate code? Garrett often puts a Steve Builds coupon code out there, but yeah, see, Steve Builds for a discount. Only January can use that last year comment. Okay, that is fixed. And we are going to go through. So each tool, begin by placing tool 0, the tool closest to the idle cooler's water block, onto the tool head by hand. While applying light inward pressure, jog the A axis manually and do web control by 1 millimeter increments until the following conditions are met. If shipping wasn't so important, I'd order a bottle. A typical value is somewhere between 8 and 13. Wiggling the tool in any direction with light moderate pressure does not result in movement of the tool. Try it everywhere. Try Steve Builds everywhere. If I get a random company contacting me on my channel and saying, why are people trying to use this? That'd be funny. No excessive number of skipped steps on the A motor are present. It's okay for a few steps to be skipped during a given tool mounting procedure, but an excessive duration of them suggests your lock distance value is too high. Okay, so we are going to grab tool 0. Guess we'll go, oops, we'll go here. We'll pull this off, and we're gonna set this right here. In the right spot. So now if I go to the controls and go A+1, oops, there's 1, 2, see you, Andres, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's holding on its own now. 6. But we got lots of wiggling. 7. 8. It's pulling in. 9. Oh, now I've got a little bit of wiggle. 10. I would say that's probably pretty good right there at 10. Maybe go one more and see if it skips. No, it didn't skip. One more didn't skip, and it is really tight. So I'm gonna say 11 for that one. 'Cause that's not moving. The A stepper didn't skip. We're gonna say 11. So what do we do with that? Just bought 3 bottles. I'm not buying any filament now. Well, that's a good reminder. There is a Polymaker affiliate link in the description as well. I get a few people using it occasionally. That's fine. Okay, so 11 is the value for tool 0. So let's see what we do with that. Once you've identified the correct value for a given tool, modify the associated lock macro to include it. Now we haven't uploaded the macros yet. So let's go to, so we have the different tool locks. So let's do that. Let's get in here and go to macros, and let's upload those macros that we had. Let's go config and macros. And all of these guys. Should these be .g? Should these be named .g? Are you still around, Chris? Yeah, you are. Pueblo Red is my favorite. I'm a big fan of Pueblo Red and B-Bomb. Pueblo Red is by far my favorite. Pueblo Red's awesome. Having some for dinner later with some tacos. I'm a weakling though. I'm a hot sauce weakling. Should these be, I'm not sure it matters. Check it after import. Okay. Let's open those. And those are all there. Close. So for tool lock 0, no, we want to right click and edit. That's right. If you click on these, it wants to run. At least it gives you a warning. Do you really want to run? Let's edit that and rotate tool lock clockwise. Should be 11, right? And save. So, yep, rotate. Is there any point where this actually needs a fractional value? Or does whole numbers tend to work okay? So now repeat this for all tools. So I should be able to now go back to here and in the dashboard, home A, and it should release, right? Oops. Oh, it homes to locked. Why did it home to locked? A is at 0 right now, but it's locked. Why did it home to locked though? Macros, disable lock motor, or tool unlock. Tool unlock. Run macro. There we go. And it is horizontal. Is it completely horizontal? I'm kind of looking at this at an angle. So let's put this back. Let me get a better view at this to make sure it's actually horizontal. It is not. So I do need to adjust my home point on that a little bit. At the I think okay, so that's up. And then run the macro again for tool unlock. And that should take it back to 0. I need to adjust that. So I need that to go further that way. Okay. You should do that now before finding all of your values. Yep. Yep. I realize I'll have to redo that. That 11 was wrong at this point. So will this turn this way a bit? Let's try that and see what that does. I think it's a matter of angles that I have to use looking at things. So if I go now to home A, and now, oh, that's weird. I am off. Macro tool undock, yes. What? Yes. Why is that doing that? I'm all over the place now. I've screwed something up. I've screwed something up. I need to go back to the commissioning for the here. All the way back here. This guy. So what is that? M84 to turn off motors? Is that right? M84. And then move this down just a little bit. Slowly. Home all and begin again. It's just this trigger thing here. So I'm gonna move this now to where it is properly leveled and get a better view on it of it being. So right there is horizontal. And I think that's the problem I'm running into, is that when let me clean off my marks that I made before on that brass gear. So I think that's where I've got a mistake. See ya, Chris. I got this. I just got to start over on this A motor setup. Okay, let's go. Right there is horizontal. Right there. Then I'm going to mark this now so I can see when I've turned this a full rotation. And here, that is all in the correct spots. So then orient the trigger plate and its magnet is shown below. The depicted is a good place to start. So I think hold this in place, loosen this, and shove this thing over there. Here, I'm following these instructions here. Rotate the worm drive counterclockwise by 2 to 3 full rotation. I think this is mostly to get it towards not triggered. And now rotate it clockwise until it is triggered. So I don't think I can get a great view here. Maybe I can. Yeah, it's always going to try to be, I think that's always going to try to be focusing on the frame. Yep. That is. That work? Sort of. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to rotate this back until that barely triggers. That was, oops. There. And it is slightly over. So what does that mean? Adjustments, the rotation of the trigger. So I think I'm as far that way as I can be. I think I can move this up. Okay, let's try that. I'm out of range of triggering at all. So let's go back out again. Let's move this down a hair. Let's try that. Is really hard to tell. Oops, sorry. The angles that I have to be at to view this stuff, and sorry about that, the shaky cam. The angles I have to be at to view this stuff really require me to move this printer around on my workbench. I think it should still be a little bit more. How does that, I go that way. Means that has to move that way. It's actually at the extreme end of this adjustment on the screw, which is really kind of interesting. I think this slot, I don't know if we can see. Yeah, you can kind of see that. I think this slot here needs to change. I think if we're at the extreme end to be close to where we want to be, then this slot is in the wrong spot. It needs to rotate probably quite a few degrees so that our adjustment is somewhere in the middle there rather than at the very edge of it. Because I think this needs to actually move even a little bit further this way in order to be in the right spot. You shouldn't have an adjustment mechanism where your sweet spot is so close to the, because right there is probably where we want to be. And I need to move this part more counterclockwise, anti-clockwise. In order to hit the right spot. So can we pull this off? Pull this out of the way. Pull this off. It's supposed to trigger from the other direction, maybe? No, it rotates in this direction. This is what the instructions say to do. So this is the piece in question, and I feel like I need more adjustment in this other spot. So I'm gonna trim it, and it could simply be a little bit of just trim this a little bit this way. We're adjusting the tool lock end stop. I think the slot here needs to rotate a few degrees over in order to put our adjustment closer to, not at the extreme end of the available adjustment travel. Okay, so that goes in there. This goes on to retighten it. Now, if I did well, then this should put us beyond the travel. Okay, so this is basically move this way until it's not triggered. And now move this way until it's triggered. And yeah, that's way better. That's way better. I'm gonna move. It's if anything, it's a little close. I mean, a little off the other way. I'm gonna move this down just a hair. I'm gonna move that until it triggers. And triggered. Okay, I'm a little too far, so let's go up a little bit on this. There we go. Now off, and then in until triggered. Yeah, I think that is way better. That should be, kind of eyeing this down, that should be level. That should be level. So now we have to do the tool dock sequence again. So let me come back down to where we were. So this view, we pull our tool on here, and then, oh, before we do that, we need to home that A. So home A. That homes to level. So now this goes here. Now we're going to go A +1. I know it's going to be a, oops. Okay, now it's holding on at 4. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Getting better. 9. That's a little wiggly. 10. 10 is solid. That's pretty solid. Let's see if it skips at 11. It didn't skip. And if anything, it's going to be just a little more solid, I think. So that should be still okay at 11. And that's what we set before. So now we should be able to go to the macros and tool unlock. Yes. And that pulls off. Cool. So that one we're going to leave at 11. Grab tool 1. That can go on here. In 10.1. And here, before I go back here, we should now be able to go back to home that again, right? Yep. I think I want to home it in between just to make sure it's a consistent reference point. So now we can go 3, and now it's holding on by itself at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 8. 8 is wiggly, but on there pretty good. 9. 9 is solid. And then if I go just one more, see if it skips. So that one more without skipping is, I think, where I want to be. I want these on there, and that is not moving. So I'm going to say 10. I'm going to say 10 for tool 1. So if I go to macros and lock 1, and no, I don't want to run it. I want to edit it. And this is at, let's just say 10. So save. Now we're going to go tool unlock, and we'll run that. It pulls off, and we can put it away. So tool 2, and I'm going to rehome A. Put this on and move it. It's on at 2. It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, there, it's starting to get tight. 10. Okay, that's still a bit of wiggle. 11. Solid. But let's try one more and see if it skips. Okay, I'm gonna go 12 on this one. So tool 2, I'm doing 12. Go over to macros, tool lock 2, edit, let's say 12. Save, and tool unlock, run. Okay. There. And go back to the dashboard. We're going to home A, tool 3. Actually, almost holds on at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, there we go. 10. Hey, Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's at 10. There's a little bit of wiggle. 11. Still a little. 12. There's a little bit of wiggle. Oh, there was skipped steps at 13. And that's still not ideal. It's not as solid as the others were. So we have something else going on with tool 3. So I'm going to set this to 12 right now, but we're going to investigate what's going on with tool 3 later. Because even at 13, it's not as solid as the others were. So there's something maybe with the adjustment of the heater block down here, it's not in the right spot. There's something going on with tool 3. So we're going to run the tool unlock. And see, it skips steps, so it's not as, it's not in the right spot. It's still not coming off. So I'm going to go and run the M84 to disconnect the motors, and then I'm going to turn this manually to pull that off. So that one needs some more attention. That one needs something. I am going to set the temporary value here on tool lock 3. Oops, no. Let's just set this to 12 for now, but no reason. And then go back and home A. And we're gonna go tool 4. Check the metal bits in the heater block. Yeah, I think the heater block down here is probably where we need to adjust that one. Okay, so tool 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Bob. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, there we go. 9. Oh, 9 is pretty solid. Let's go 10 to see if it skips. It did not, and I'm going to call it 10 on that one. So tool 4, I'm going to call 10. So macro, tool 4, edit the file, and it's already at 10. So let's close this, run the tool unlock. Oh, interesting. It did not unlock. What does tool unlock actually do? Move quickly to A, tool lock access Endstop and stop there. Why did that not? Yeah, that's not right. It's not coming off. Oops. That should have come off. Did I not tighten something back here? Yeah, that's tight. That's tight. That's quite a bit off. See ya, wolf pup. Yeah, that was okay. What is going on? If I go here and home A, well, now it's not going back to, now it's not going back to its position it should. What is going on? Check back with tool 0. But just homing should return the tool to a horizontal state, the tool lock to a horizontal state. Oh, it's moving in the wrong direction. Do that. I go back here. Now if I home it. Ah, so if it's not in, did the skip steps mess up the homing? No, because rehoming should reset that. But now if I home, it's not horizontal. Even though I moved this manually to a point where it should. That's weird. I don't understand this. I don't understand why it's... Move this forward. Maybe I can get a little more stable camera position here doing this. Oops. Here. Come on, focus. Come on. Focus. Focus. There we go. Okay. So this is the setup right now. If I turn off the steppers and move this to where it is horizontal, we should get, there's a trigger of the light. It is horizontal, right? And now if I home A, it should move out of the way. Oh, it's not actually homing back to, it's moving instead of homing. It should have moved back to the triggered point. It's not homing. So let's look at what happens. Let's look at what happens in home A. I am watching the light. It's blinking. Okay. So what does that mean? I don't know what blinking means. Oh, it's blinking now. Why is it blinking now? It's blinking right now. Why is it blinking right now? What's triggering it? The magnet's way away from it. A false trigger from what? I'm gonna try moving this. It's false triggering even away from everything. It's still blinking. It's not showing up in, it's not showing up in do what web control is triggering. Well, voltage showing, okay, I guess a port 0 volt side could do that. Do any of these others? No, none of the others blink like that. Yeah, I've definitely got something going on with this end stop that's not right. Let's swap it with one of the other end stops. Let's do the Y is going to be the easiest. So let me swap these. And also, I think the suggestion to, let's shut down. Suggestion to reboot and see if it still blinks is probably a good one. Okay, shut down the, oh, why? Send. There we are. I'm shutting down the Pi right now. Okay, powered off. And let's power on and see if it still blinks in the fresh boot. Printer Endstops are notorious for picking up EMI. But why is this one doing it, but the one right here, the X Endstop, is not? Okay, let's power this back on. See if we get a continued weird behavior there. Wonder if it's picking up the motor windings when they are engaged. Ooh. That's pretty much. I'm not getting any trigger on that one. My at home ANC was picking up when the motor is enabled. Yeah, let me lower this because I wasn't getting any trigger on that. There we go. That's maybe a hair over that, so that is working correct. Let me move this down just a bit. I want to get it at least in the proper adjustment for what I need. There we go. As much as this is probably frustrating, I learn more when things go wrong. Oh, this isn't frustrating, actually. This is an interesting problem. We haven't run into any roadblocks on this. I wouldn't consider this frustrating yet. Yeah, that looks pretty good as far as level. So now, if I home A, yep, that's exactly what's going on. I don't know how to fix that. And I don't know. It's hoping to a little shield. Here, let's try that. No, it's still getting some flickering in there. Well, that's a problem. That is a problem. Is it? There's no adjustment for sensitivity on these. It was still flickering when you had it off the printer. This is true. This is true. When I pulled it away, it was still flickering. The motor wiring, but the X Endstop over here goes along the same setup. You saying do what? Disable the motor and C. Yeah, I just disabled the motor. I just disabled the motor. So it's definitely, we're getting something from this stepper that's interfering with this end stop. I'm gonna swap this with another one because there's a possibility that the combination of values here could change the sensitivity of this, maybe. I know on the Voron stuff, we have a sensitivity adjustment for the end stops. But let's just try swapping it with a different one and see if that makes a difference. So I'm shutting down the printer. Can you twist the end stop wiring? Not easily. I mean, I can, but not within the scope of a stream. If it's a Hall sensor, it's not EMI, but a magnetic field. Right, right. It's from here. It's, I'm pretty sure it's, let's move this to the, swap this with the Y, or the Y end stop. Just to see if it makes any difference. I actually have an extra one of these around. It doesn't really matter where it's triggered. not even gonna, well, I guess I'll mount the other one just for a, so it doesn't flop around and hit something, but nope, like that. Good call noticing that it was flickering though, because I wasn't noticing that. Okay, let's power it back on. You still around, Luke? You didn't run into anything like this? The fact that Chris and Luke haven't run into something like this makes me think that there's probably some impact on the particular board. That could very well be their it's very possible that that is not tight. Oh yeah, it's definitely not tightened all the way. Which size screw is that, is the question. That was definitely not tight. Thank you. I don't know why. Yeah. Good call. That's not gonna, I don't think that's gonna have an impact on this. I don't know if I can get to these back here. Yeah, I'm not gonna try, but those two are tight now. Okay, that is there. Let's home A. There we go. It's pretty level. It's also, let's move that away. The stepper is definitely engaged and it's not blinking. Do you have an easy method to remove VHB tape from a deck panel? Friction and then IPA. I just rub it with my finger to roll it off, and then get any residue with IPA. So no flashing yet, right? No flashing. The other side is not flashing. So I have a feeling, considering the, can we try the Blackstop on Y and see if it behaves badly? I'm not seeing it flashing. I will check to see if it triggers. But yes, a little bit of grease there is probably a good idea, right, Sergey? For sure. I have a feeling tolerances in these parts is probably the difference in consistency on the between the builds, between mine, Luke's, and Chris's. So you did, Dr. Dave. You missed it by an hour. So that's not doing that. This is, I'm skipping steps right now, but it doesn't take much to skip steps on an EMA 8, it looks like. If I just skip this, yep, there we go, trigger. So I think it's just a matter of swapping this with another one. Now I'm gonna go, yep, now I switched so I can move this camera, and I'm just gonna move the gantry back. There we go. And see how the, okay, move this up. So it's up a bit because I think it was too low to trigger. So I'm hoping that's all it was. Okay. Yep. So now it triggers. And it's not giving me anything. So I think it's just a sensitive board. I think this other board is probably just sensitive. I'm adjusting this one until I get a little closer Y travel to the back. It's a sensitive feller. Yep. There we go. Yep, there. Okay, so this is where I want it for the Y end stop, about where it was before. Yep, okay. And then this one is still it's still engaged, and this one's not flickering. So I think we've fixed that. We just have tolerances in the parts, it looks like. Let's see where that triggers. There we go. And I think I can go a little bit more. So I think I'm going to raise this just a hair. Raise this just a hair. Wasn't quite as entertaining as Taylor's magnet and ERCF. Interesting. Okay. Go in. Yeah, I swapped with the Y end stop. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Nice and level. It triggers right there. We're not getting any false triggers now. Something to pay attention to. Need to recheck the lock macros. Yes, I'll have to go through and redo all of them. I don't think I'm not going to do that now. That I'll go through and do that in between streams. What I would like to do is visit this tool 4, I think it was, that we couldn't get tight, and try to remember how we, let me shut this down. Where's the shutdown? Where does my shutdown command go? There we are. Okay, let's shut this down. Let's find out why tool 4 is not getting tight. And I think it's probably has to do with the adjustment of the heater block here. Let's set that there. Let's turn this off. Okay, I need to remember how we did this before. I think we brought this in and then we manually pulled it. Yeah, I think this needs to move in a bit. The tool board, I mean the heater block. So how did I do that? How did we did this on stream. I adjusted all of these tools. I'm trying to remember what sequence of adjustment I did. Should have checked it before shutdown. Perhaps false trigger was a factor. I don't think so, because that one was adjusting. and it got to the point where the NEMA 8 was skipping steps, and it was still loose. So I think, considering the rest of them, or I think it's a matter of this third adjustment point needs to be fixed. I was holding this to here, and then I was clamping it on top. I was clamping it to the top 2 points and then pulling in until it was the gap was even. And yeah, okay, I need a clamp. Where did I put those? They're over there. Hey, Ballador, we are making progress. We are fixing things, but that's to be expected on something like this. So I think, can I get in here? It's something like this. And kind of clamp that to a fixed point on top, and then loosened the screws on the bottom. These two guys. So block, lock, then snug the block. Yeah. So this was clamped to force the 2 top points to be engaged, and then I was squeezing the block to the carriage and then twisting the lock until that gap was even. Does that sound familiar? Let's see if I can get any kind of a view on what I'm doing here. First, let's try that. Hey, that's pretty good. So I clamped on top. I'm gonna grab it here, and then I'm going to pull. Actually, I don't even need to grab it while I'm pulling. I'm gonna tighten the lock. Until that gap is even. Then I'm gonna squeeze this and tighten these. Visibility on this stuff is really tough. There. Okay. So loosen that. Disengage the tool. Okay. So now I'm gonna pull that right out. If we go here, let's power this thing back on and see if we improve that tool. Power it back up. Yeah, I don't think it was a factor because regardless of how far it goes is going to be a factor. But once it gets to the point where it can't lock anymore, it's skipping steps on that NEMA 8. It could keep moving. It could keep turning. The value that we hit may be impacted, but the pressure that's putting on the tool probably isn't. Okay, if I go to the dashboard and home A, it homes and it is vertical, so, or horizontal. Now if we put this on here and I start moving, and so far no flashing on that LED. Okay, so this is 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 starts, 9, 10, 11, 12, still quite loose, 13, yeah, that's still quite loose. Oh, 14, 14 and it hasn't skipped steps, 15, it's still loose. Nope, there's skip steps. So it's still loose before it hits, and that was at 16. So it skips steps and it's still not as tight as every one of these other tools. So I think I need to do what I just did, the clamp and stuff. I just need to play with at what point that I probably pulled it too tight when I was doing that. I needed it to be a little looser when I was doing that. So let's do that right now. Let's disengage this and we will send. Let's disengage this. Let's get this back on here. Let's just set that there for now. Let's just do it. I think I can be okay doing this. Like that. And then engage this. Something that surprised me about linear rails, how much stiffer they are compared to the palm wheels. Okay, so I think that's a little bit less than we did last time. Let's see if I can grab that screwdriver, it's a little easier. So now I loosen these. And I pull this against the okay, so if I put that aside, now loosen this up. So now I'm gonna home A. Yep, and it's homing correctly. So now we put this on here and move A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, still loose. 11, it's better. 12, it's still got a looseness there. Oh, and it just skipped at 13. Let's sanity check this with a different tool. Let's put this back here and let's pull tool 1. So Home A. This here. Tighten it down. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. That one, I mean, there's light, moderate wiggle is what it's saying. Yeah, and 12 it skips. Yeah, that seems tighter than the other one was. So why is this one having a hard time? Oh, that's interesting. That ball rolls. All of these are tight. That bearing there rolls. Every one of these are tight. Something's not tight on here. That bearing right there is rolling. Yep. Okay. That's tight. That's tight. I mean, these are basically tight. That's still rolling. Something isn't tight on this tool head. Those are rolling. None of these roll. I can roll these within their little pocket. That's what's actually causing it. Something in there is causing that to roll. This, yeah, this was at 11 was where I want this one to be. Go back to the macros and tool unlock. Yep, and that pulls right off. So let's get a better look at this guy. Why are these able to wiggle in there? Huh. There's not a whole lot to that. I can hear it. I mean, there's enough play in there that it's... I don't remember checking that either on this tool head, not specifically. I am going to do something here real quick. I'm working on something over a live printer. I need to shut it down. I don't need to be dropping a screw in the... Don't need to be dropping a screw into open electronics. Okay, let's shut this off. Okay, so this is the little friction surface. I think this plate can come off. Without pulling the rest of it apart. There is there's a bit of an indent in the plastic there. Wonder if that deformed and stayed deformed. Yeah, that does. Those are proud of that surface by a little bit. So that is going to depend, oops, this part here being very stiff in order for that to stay. Oh, that's interesting too. That's interesting that there are some screw marks there from the this piece, which those should not be sticking through here, because what that's in effect, I mean, it's going to probably just push into the plastic, but that could potentially push this plate out as well. So these screws, here, these bearings out so I don't lose them. But these screws going into here, very critical that they don't, you don't want to over tighten them. Can you measure the thickness of that plate and report to Breezy? Yeah, but yeah, that is just barely proud of the thing. Don't have a good surface to measure the thickness of this plate compared to the other ones to see if maybe this one is a little thinner. Let's get a proper, at least a little more proper tool for this. Let's go here. 5.957, 5.955 there. Make sure I'm getting over a 5.948. Oh, I've got a text there. 5.95. There's engraving on here I'm trying to avoid measuring over. Oh, come on, seriously. .54. 5.95-ish is what these are. But this is sticking through by the smallest amount. I don't know how much. And on this part, I will probably reprint one of these with a little higher infill density. These are already at pretty high at 50, 40 or 50, but can you tell how far they are sticking out? Not with the same level of accuracy. I can pull this, but I don't know. Like 0.2 millimeters is what I'm showing on just this. This isn't as I could pull out the surface plate and but this engraving here kind of skews that too, because I can't set that on that side. This stuff has some, I don't know if that's a below the surface or above. It might just be engraved into it and not really have an effect on, yeah, because I'm not really feeling anything with those. But okay, what do we have next on this build? Because we calculate our dock, or we're testing our drive lock distances for each tool. We need to do position for each tool. And to go back and play catch up with whatever the problem was, which we've got a couple of problems. So we're investigating why tool 4 is a little loose on the, And right now we're seeing that at the very basic, the indexing bearings here, the kinematic bearings that go into the carriage on this tool are loose. Every one of these other tools, I can't spin them. This one I could spin, but yet all of the fasteners were tight. So I need to figure out why. Now I do notice, like I said, there are indents for those two bearings in this part. So I don't know if reprinting this part with maybe a little more infill or something will put more pressure on those, but all of these were printed the same. So I don't expect that to be a magic fix. I don't know if this particular plate has a little difference in tolerances on these machined holes, but all of these have been pretty good. Reassemble and tighten like a head on a car. Well, I did that when I installed it, but we couldn't reassemble this for sure. Okay, so we're gonna put this back. This guy goes back on like that. Right? Nope, 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 nope. I got it backwards. It goes in there. There we go. And it goes on there like that. What is that hole there clearance for? Oh, for the end of this thing. I'm going to set this right here. Take this. Did Chris come back? Okay, so we're gonna leave that off for right now. I'm gonna leave the little insert off. Oh, forgot something very important. Well, I think if they've chatted, if they've participated in chat within a certain amount of time, it will show them here, but I think he said he had to take off. Okay, those guys in there. Swap the plate to see if the problem follows it. Yes, that occurred to me. I'd really rather not pull one of the other plates on working tool heads. In line, it's good. No. Yeah, those still slide. Those still roll. None of these do. Could you put in 3 or 4 washer behind those? That would be way too thick. We're talking in the, I don't even know what amount, what measurement that we're off here, but it's going to be fraction, a very small fraction of a millimeter. I don't have any washers that are that small. Why is that? Okay, so if I go like that, let's look at one of these, since that is a good idea. Kept on tape. And I've got little witness marks to place it. I don't know if that's a long-term solution or not. I know this position that I'm in, having to work on this, is really wearing on my arm and shoulder. Let's try coming in from lower here. Yeah, little dots in that as well. They don't seem like they might be as deep, but we've got the same kind of marks all over on that one. Those are just a hair over as well. Aluminum foil. It's positioning it would be the problem. Keeping it on there in the right spot to where I'm only putting it behind these bearings. I guess I could cut a little piece and cup it on here and then assemble it. Yeah. Now if I put this all back together, does it stay tight? Move the balls and try to see if it follows the ball. Oh, that's a very good suggestion, Poity. I'm not going to do that here though, because I think I'm about done. Working on this kind of high up is taking a toll on my arms right now. It could be that these bearings are a little undersized. It's interesting that it's just those two. KB5. Yeah, those are nice and tight right now. I bet you I wouldn't be surprised if the bearings here were slightly different. It is interesting that a pair of them would be the difference. And none of these others move. Although feeling this one, that one is not stuck out as much as this one, and I can feel that. different. Yeah. Okay. I need to investigate that. I think we made really good progress today, but I think I'm about spent. We've got something to look at in between streams, and I will report back on what I find out. The commissioning guide is finding and teaching tool lock rotation distance, and then setting those, and then tool positions is the next thing. Time to print 100% infill. Yeah, I'm in between. Once I've had some rest, I'll try swapping the bearings around and see if that makes a difference. If it follows the bearings, then I know I've got a bearing issue. If other bearings are loose in that, then I could have a hole tolerance issue. What the fix is could be any number of things, but so we're going to get into tool dock positions next stream, and X and Y value, and what's beyond that? Save the file. This is positions, fine-tuning cold block contact. So that we've kind of done already. And the Z offset switch. Okay, so we're getting there. And this gives Chris an extra week to keep working on this document. And yeah. Awesome. This was good. It's moved. We powered it on. It's moving. So we'll be putting deck panels on it next time, so I don't have to worry about dropping stuff into it. A few other panel type things. Got a beard hair in there now. So we'll be back on Tuesday with the Trident build. Now, let's go here. Tuesday's Trident build. We're making good progress on the electronics on that. We should be able to power it up pretty soon. The Charlie's Angel stream this month will be later in the month. I haven't printed anything for it, but it'll probably be the Lynx Blaster build. And then at some point this month, it'll be fairly short notice. I'll do a hangout and we'll probably upgrade the 3.5 to 3.9. So with that, thank you everybody. I appreciate all the new members, gifted memberships. Thanks to Pex Peppers for giving away a bottle of apricot habanero hot sauce, and Polymaker for giving away filament. And thank you for KB3D, and especially for being here today, helping with some of the setup. And we are well on our way to getting this thing moving in a programmed manner now. So take care, everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend. See you Tuesday. Enjoy the build. Bye.